1.3, Portable Mode, Untitled, Untitled Window, Window, checkbox D, pane. Game bar, button. Window, title bar. OBS 2.9.1.3, Portable Mode, Untitled, Untitled Window, Window, checkbox unchecked. M, pane. W. OBS2 9.1.3, Portable Mode, Untitled, Untitled Window, Window. Group. OBS2 9.1.3, Portable Mode, Untitled, Untitled Window, Group. MXX, Pain. OBS 29.1.3, Portable Mode, Untitled, Untitled Window, Title Bar.
Copy that. Suspects in custody. Slowing down cover.
C-E.
Nitridarts, Personal, Microsoft Edge Window, Nitridarts, Microsoft Edge Region, Nitridarts, Loading complete. Nitridarts has finished loading. Nitridarts, Nitridarts. Nitridar, refreshing page, loading complete. Nitridarts, Nitridar, button. Email, edit, header, banner landmark, main landmark, unavailable. No next heading level 8. 404, page not found at level 1. Tooltip, tooltip, edit, Outlook, button, collapsed, has pop-up, Outlook has finished loading, Outlook has finished loading, Outlook, email main, folder navigation, button, 76 search results found. Outlook, email, 76 search results found, Hotmail. Back, Nitridarts, favorites, Yvonne8the8.com. Yvonne8the8, period. Nitridarts, at symbol, Hotmail. Yvonne8the8 terrible. App bar toolbar, address and search bar, edit, opening new tab. Add this, scan off, banner, enter your search term.
I-A-N, 8,
New
T,
new, Ivan
8,
new line selected, Yvonne8 Torbot, enter your search term, search box, Yvonne,
T-H,
new line,
E,
new line selected,
8,
new line selected,
E, R,
new line,
I,
new line,
B, E,
at symbol, new line selected,
H, O, T, M, A, L,
period,
O, M,
new line selected, com. Copy, new tab and 2 more pages, personal, Microsoft Edge window, new tab, Microsoft Nitr. Unavailable. Edit. Settings window. Settings window, search box, find a setting, settings, Bluetooth and game, access, gaming, accessibility, text cursor group, indicator. Narrator, choose a voice, Microsoft Zira, English, United States, combo box, collapsed. Lower the volume of other apps when narrator is speaking, toggle switch, off. Read, mouse mode off, read and in, on touch keyboards, activate keys when I lift my finger, toggle switch, on touch keyboards, activate keys when I lift my finger, mouse mode on, read and interact with the screen using the mouse, toggle switch, on, show all settings, navigate, sync the narrator cursor and system focus, toggle switch, on, sync the narrator cursor and system focus, toggle switch, sync the narrator cursor and system focus, toggle, move my text cursor with the narrator cursor as show the narrator cursor, toggle switch, off, use a braille display.
Mouse.
User. Turn on braille, toggle switch, off. Sound. 1. Realtek H. Volume. Stereo mix. More sound settings group. Sound. OBS. Window. Sound. Reduce the volume. Sound. Settings window. More. Settings window. Volume group. Adjust the input volume. Slider. 10%. All sound devices. Realtek 1. Speakers. Properties. Speakers group. Audio group. Windows. Ludwig van back. All sound devices. Line in. Internal auxiliary. Output. Definite. Real. Sound. Breadcrumb bar item. Heading level 1. 2 of 2. Sound. Volume mixer. Microphone. Adjust the output volume. Slider. 40%. 13. 11. 10. Need for speed. OBS. Screen reader group. Stereo mix. Adjust the output volume. Slider. 40%. 11. 14. 11. 14. 11. 10. Microphone. Realtek high definition audio. Button. Collapsed. Input. Microphone. Input device. Stereo mix. Realtek high definition audio. Close settings. Nitridarts and 2 more pages. Personal. No next edit box. Edit. Header. Banner landmark. Sign in. Edit. Unavailable. Settings window. Settings window. Search box. Find. Settings window. Mouse. Scrolling group. Windows. Additional mouse properties dial. Switch pointers tab item. Scheme. None. Windows. Custom. Apply. Button. OK. Button. Settings window. Settings window. Scroll inactive windows when hovering over them. Toggle switch. On. Scroll inactive windows when hovering over them. Toggle switch. On. Additional mouse properties dialog. Pointer. Fast. Wheel tab item. 4 of 5. Select a display pointer trail. Display long slider 80. Automatically move pointer to the default button in a dialog box checkbox. Hide. Apply. OK. Button. Hide. Wheel tab item. Wheel tab item. Device. Exit. Settings window. Settings heading. Settings window. Additional mouse settings group. Open. Button. Multiple displays. Display. Setting. Remember window locations based on monitor. Minimize windows when a monitor is disconnected. Checkbox checked. Scale 1280 times 720, 13 of 19, selected. Network personalize scale and display HDR. Search box, find a setting, edit. Suggestions available. Suggestions. Width thickness. Text cursor thickness group. Text cursor indicator, toggle switch, on, text cursor indicator, mouse pointer and touch group, mouse pointer and touch, recommend, inverted, 3 of 4, selected. Text cursor indicator, text cursor, settings, close, nitridarts and 2 more, no next edit box. No next edit box. Start all app pinned search window search
O N
search box edit search window Bing nitrites and password on screen J E no next cap D nit P O Y no next table on J S button A Y A no next heading level 9 enter night scan off hit E double E hidden A left cap hidden P 0 P O hidden T hidden R E hidden G A hit S hidden T 9 hidden night scan sign on screen keyboard down arrow scan off nitrites and 2 more pages personal Microsoft scan E night edit scan off edit bull on hidden double E hidden A left cap hidden P O hidden Y T hidden R E hidden F H hidden D A hidden U 9 hidden nitro sign in button scan on, close button night doesn't lock banner app bar toolbar at refresh nitrites app bar toolbar at night link at the horizon of need for speed nitrites is an open source for banding reduction more infos on Discord app bar toolbar address and search bar edit https://discord.com/invite friends OBS29 hashtag newspaper announcements Discord pane Discord Discord loading page Discord app bar toolbar web capture button collapsed has pop up Start window, search box, edit, search for apps, settings, and documents. Pop-up window, settings window. Settings window, monitor layout custom, display 2 of 2, selected. Settings, close settings, taskbar pane, need for speed world, 1 running window, button. E, Q, S taskbar pane. Pop-up run as admin page. Game launcher dialog, game launch OBS2, system tray overflow window, close context, system tray overflow window, system tray over button, 8 of 8. Narrator, but pane, turn off narrator, menu item, exiting narrator.
tracking to clean this up.
10-4, target been stopped. We got a code 4, breakers on the way. with last seen head north, that's north, on Valencia Hills. Containment is to include immediate area and everything west of his last known direction. Stand by for further info.
99, sending that quadrant now. We'll advise on progress.
Alright, cover units can clear this call now. Let's resume patrol. calling across from there. Stand by with this wait. Send any details.
Man, I can't get in. This guy, I'm having a hard time here. I'm overtaking the suspect. Got a 5 block. Stand by.
Major damage here.
Okay, slow it down. We're gonna box him in. Follow my lead.
I need more units out here. Full available units to my location now. Come on, didn't stop him. Repeat, didn't stop him. Need another one with more units if possible.
Lost visual. Trying to catch up.
Yeah, I got that on you. Code 3, repeat, code 3. Just trying to think about watch with debris. Watch with debris. Car, do it now!
Stay on top. I need you guys to stay on top of him. Don't let him recover.
Still mobile, I'm on him.
I can't get around. Let's go. Let's stand by. We have to change this up.
Yeah, watch yourself. Watch yourself. There's all down the road ahead.
Yeah, this guy, he's not stopping. I'm gonna run a block by him. All units stand down. Code 6 vehicle is stopped. We got one.
Copy. Code 4 confirmed. Nice work, guys.
Somebody mentioned the description or walking.
Across the narrow bridge, and everybody at the barricade hurled rocks into their faces. One of the horses went down. Dowd screamed in triumph, waving his arms in the air, and then the woman was shoving him down into the shelter of the barricade. The air whistled. Something struck the broken gate right before him, and the tip of an arrow, like a wicked snakehead, poked through, still shivering. The woman, panting beside him, said, "Watch out for that." Beyond her, another man lay, 2 arrows in his chest. She reared up again. The axe canted back over her shoulder, and he rose beside her. Just over the barricade, 3 horses were scrambling up the side of the boat, smashing the thin hull strakes with their hoofs. The little horse nearest to Dowd, lunging forward, drove one foreleg through the boat and hung there, stuck. The rider jumped off. The woman struck his knees out from under him with her axe. On Dowd's other side, an old man swung a long Mameluke sword, and blood sprayed across the barricade. Dowd could reach nothing with his club, and the horsemen were falling back now. He shrank down away from another wave of arrows. The woman flung an arm around him. "Noble boy! Noble boy!" The ground under them shook. He pushed himself up to see a dozen horsemen charge toward the barricade. He reared up to meet them. With a chunk of wood he laid around them as they surged onto the broken barricade. Something struck him from behind and he fell. He struggled awake. He was dead, he thought. He could not move, and around him was only darkness. His neck hurt. He turned his head a little to ease that. He was not dead. He was pinned down under something. Under a body, he thought, still warm, spread above him like a blanket. He could hear screaming, but there was always screaming. He slept again. He woke when the weight above him suddenly shifted away and a light shone in, and someone grabbed him. He struck out. Above him, a face goggle, a Baghdadi face, not Mongol. "This one's alive!" He backed away, his hands up. I didn't." He went away quickly, following some others down the street. Dowd sat up, heavy with sleep. Beside him lay the woman with her axe, her face sliced in half, her apron sodden with blood. He felt the ground shake under him and flung himself down again, hiding against her body, and a stream of horsemen galloped by him. He heard a whoop. They had caught the looters. Dowd lifted his head slightly, looking around. Down the street, a tight knot of horsemen was striking down with swords at something in their midst. Closer, 3 dead people lay on their backs near him. Across the canal, he heard a crash and twisted to see. A string of Mongols rode along the row of gated walls there, and at each gate, 2 men with axes smashed it in. A dozen horsemen raced across the bridge carrying torches. They passed within arm's length of him and galloped off down the street. Dowd crept down among the bodies in the wreckage of the barricade. He knew where he was. The bridge was just below him, its footing only a few yards away. He wormed his way along, sliding past the woman with the axe. She still had the axe clutched in her hand, and he thought of taking it. It belonged to her. He crawled under a section of the broken gate to the edge of the bridge and waited there a long while. He could see most of the 2 streets here, one on either side of the canal, and they were full of people and horses. 2 buildings were on fire. Just across the way from him, a man came out on a rooftop and flung a body, which twisted and screamed, down into the canal. Down the way, smoke began to rise from the roof of a house. Shimmering red, the sun was sinking down into a haze of smoke and dust. He lowered himself feet first down the side of the bridge, got a foothold on the brace underneath, and swung into the close space between the span and the bank. The bridge shook overhead, more people passing over it. They stopped, hooves pounded, and there was a sharp exchange of orders. And then suddenly the boat, the gate, and the rest of the barricade were showering down over the side of the bridge into the canal. The bloody woman fell by him, splayed out, the axe still in her hand. He huddled in the dark, his arms around his knees, all the long night. Up and down the canal, fires bloomed. The coppery light flickered along the canal wall, now and then dimmed in rolling dark smoke. The smoke made him gag, reeking of burned meat. In the morning, he went along under the bridge and along the side of the canal. He went through another culvert and into the canal that went by Reb Moses Street. Even before he came up onto the street, he saw smoke and the flicker of a fire and heard the flames crackle. The Caliph's garden was burning. In the street before him, a woman's body lay, stripped naked. He went quickly along the side of the street, keeping close to the wall. The clatter of hoofbeats behind him warned him to duck into a gateway. A stream of horsemen went by him. They rode right over the body in the street. Pressed to the gate of the wall of the gateway arch, he turned to look inside. The house was still smoking inside its brick walls. Its hollow windows gaped, its door only a hole through a black emptiness. His stomach heaved. In the burnt ash and charred thickening headlight, he saw the outlines of bodies. Somewhere a woman screamed, "No! Please, no!" He went on through the street. The flames from the big trees in the Caliph's garden were crinkling in the air. He stepped over things in the street that he did not look at. He did not look into the gateways. At the corner, he stood and looked across at the wreckage of Reb Mosa's house and knew it only by the wall, the last thing standing. In the next street, he heard a crash and a howl of voices, and he walked the other way. The canals were dry, the fountains dry. He went toward the Tigris. In a little garden tucked behind a wall where rocks had smashed the trees, he found water in a basin. He wandered through the broken trees and mountains. He heard someone coming. He went back over the wall again and down a long, narrow arcade into a bazaar. On the far side of the little courtyard, eating the nuts, he noticed the arcade he had just come through, a stretch of shelf along the wall. The roof beyond was tilted, and all the fallen rocks had rolled out onto the top of the arcade, which groaned on its buckling columns. He went back out to the canal street again. The smoke was rolling thick along the street, and he had to go a long way along the street to find any Mongols. He heard the howling ahead, and looking in a gateway, saw 3 or 4 men inside, still on their horses, hammering at a door with poles. He picked up a rock and threw it at them, threw another when they turned, and took off running back the way he had come. They came whooping after him. In the smoke, he slowed a little to make sure he did not lose them, and they came charging after him, yipping like dogs. He dodged into the arcade and they followed. In the narrow space, the horses collided, grunting, only a few yards behind him. He ran along. Not caring if he fell, he shoved the columns in his path and smashed into the last one headlong, drove it out into the courtyard, and the roof came down with a long, rumbling roar. He got to his feet in the courtyard. The falling roof and the rocks on top had buried the 3 horsemen. He could hear whimpering, and then under the heap of stones something thrashed, and more stones fell, and then the crying stopped. He went closer. He saw among the dusty stones a horse's tail, a limp hand. He went on down the arcade toward the gate. The last rider had nearly escaped. At the end of the arcade, he sat to his waist in a pile of rocks, his back to the wall. His horse crumpled under him. Dust covered him, his hair and skin gray as a tombstone. Blood leaked from his head, from his ears and his mouth and his nose. His eyes glistened. He looked across the narrow distance of Dowd, and his eyes went Dowd did nothing, said nothing. He watched the shining eyes, dull and after a while, Dowd went back home to the little dog, gathered more nuts. With the Mongols had been underneath. A while later, and looked out over Baghdad. Columns and smoke rose all over the city, thin as calm. There were no real people. There was nothing green left. The wreckage stretched out before him like a desert. Above the broken roof, the smoke gathered, brown and dirty. The wind lifted it up. In the distance, Dowd saw the yellow they had been marching out all morning. They had nothing wrong with that. They needed to destroy it. Now they were going somewhere else. He got down off the wall. Crossing the bridge, he went to the balcony. As Dowd got nearer, the birds rose and cried in the room. Dowd remembered that way, so they all died. And they remained, rotting in the new sun, always happy. He walked among the dead and out to the road and crossed over to the plain again. One foot after the other, he walked along the road. He was lying on his face in the road. He could not remember falling. It was unexpected. His eyes were full of that. His mouth, the ground of it trembled. Something was coming. He could not move out of the rock. Something touched him. He could not open his eyes. He was lifted up. little white rag that's again, tried to wrap it away. And he blinked his eyes open, saw a being
You're about to run on code 4, under arrest. Code 4, under arrest.
he gulped at the taste, sweet and mild and wet.
All units, 1067 is on the right.
The man lifted him up again. He sank down into a closed space with golden sides. A basket. The warm, wet, shaggy smell of an animal was all over. A moment later, the basket was walking along, carrying him off, and struck him.
Right, we're going to investigate that. First, we're going to get the other unit, then we'll take a break, and we'll have a Q&A discussion. Our next unit also
I need another 1073.
arguably probably today's most influential.
Pursuit, roadblock, just ahead. See if you can turn him our way.
Well, there's some, but they're not here. Tim Stanley.
Thank you. It's good to be here again. If you were here last year, we got through the inauguration together. Memorable occasion. And it's good to be back. We have survived. So I want to, I think I'm going to read short sections from the book I'm looking at now. And it's sort of in the shape of a chase novel, and so therefore being faithful to the chase would be like, it forces a couple people to spend about 70 or 80 pages stuck in the That's my kind of chase novel. So this is part of that room. A conversation between the two people. So she stared at him for a while. Well, I think I know what you mean. You suffered the slings and arrows of youthful geekdom. Fred nodded, trying to remember, but in fact he was better at not remembering. I guess so. But quantum mechanics gave me a way to do something. I could do the equations. I mean, it's a math, just like any other math. Not that hard compared to some maths, but the results, or what the equations suggest about reality, because they work, it's so counterintuitive. So bizarre compared to what we see in our century world that, I don't know, I found it interesting. And not everyone gets it. It's not that hard as a math, but it is hard as a thing to understand. Like, impossible. So I pursued it, and now there's more and more technology that's quantum mechanical, including secure communications tech, which a lot of people want. So it's a way. A way to make a living? A way. A way? Just a way. A way to be. Like Taoism, you mean? I don't know. People do like to try to link quantum mechanics to something more tangible or mystical. You mean you don't? Well, I suppose I do. The thing about quantum mechanics is that when you try to make it make sense by analogy to something at our level of perception, it's always a misrepresentation. So the real thing slips out of your grasp. You're getting it wrong. So for a long time, I preferred to keep it at the level of the math and not try to explain it at all. For a long time, and then something happened? Well, yes. Fred sat up on the couch, stirred by the thought. People are using the math to design and build machines. More and more qubits are being stabilized in various ways, so something real is happening, something physical. So I started thinking about what the quantum realm was really doing. I mean, in the physical world. I mean, clearly it's doing something. And the idea that it's an entirely statistical probability, just a wave of probabilities that takes consciousness and measures to make it collapse from within, or that there's new universes branching out of every moment, none of that was working for me. There are several interpretations of what the math is describing because it's so weird, but most of them just struck me as crazy. After he was silent for what might have been some time, thinking about this, she said sharply, "And then?" Fred thought about it some more. "Well, then," he said, "I started thinking more about interpretation. Have you heard of that one?" She shook her head. "Tell me." "Well, people talk about the Copenhagen interpretation, which came mostly from Niels Bohr. His idea was that physical reality was a matter of probabilities, like the equations are, and that things at the subatomic level are undetermined until they're measured, at which point they become one thing or the other. And waves become particles. Particles add up to waves, but not in ways that make sense according to our senses. So in the end, it's too strange to understand." She said, "That's not much of an interpretation?" "No. Well, Einstein didn't like it, Penrose didn't like it. But the math and what experiments we could run to test the math seemed to suggest it was that way. The math definitely works, right down to the parts per trillion range, so it's been hard to say how Bohr's take on it is wrong. But right from the beginning, a physicist named de Broglie said there was another way of understanding it, which was that quantum particles were disturbing fields they were moving in, mostly by creating waves that moved ahead of the particles, like a pilot wave that you see in front of a boat. I've seen those here from this window, looking at the boats on this page. So David Bohm talked about that as being disturbances in quantum fields and developed a whole ontology around that idea. And then later they did some analog experiments that were like sending a droplet of oil skipping over a sheet of water to show the kinds of effects that de Broglie was suggesting were happening at the quantum level. "Wait," she said, "what? Oil on water?" "Yeah, you know how oil and water don't mix, so when you shoot a droplet of oil across water, there's a wave?" "Show me," she said. "Well, I think it's at a pretty small scale." "Show me." She was standing over him, hand out, and when he took it, she pulled him to his feet. And then they had something to do. They found the biggest pan in the apartment's kitchen cabinet, a metal sheet pan, about 2 feet long and a foot wide. "I don't know if this will be big enough," Fred said. "I thought you said it was a small-scale experiment." "Well, sure, but still, it's what we've got," she said. "Just make it work." "Okay, I'll try." One of the few things Fred had done was consider his teaching assistant to his high school physics teacher. The teacher had been a nice guy and had probably given Fred the job to try to get him out of the show. So Fred had worked on wave tank experiments for a semester of his senior year, and now, remembering those, he found that ceramic chopsticks could be used to create dams across the pan, and he could place 3 of them to make 2 slits of the 2-slit experiment. He filled the pan with water, and he arranged the dams across the middle, crossing the long way, and they put this apparatus on the coffee table and started making waves and observing them. It was a little messy, but waves on water can be counted on to spread and rebound in their usual way, and they had time to adjust the amount of water and the intensity of the initiating splashes until these effects were pretty clear. Even the secondary waves that got through the 2 slits and interacted with each other on the other side of the dam. Interference patterns appeared, just as predicted, and interesting as such. The oil droplets were not so easy. There was some sesame oil in the kitchen cabinet over the sink, but no obvious way to send a droplet of it skittering across the surface of their water to make the pilot. They tried a lot of methods and ended up laughing a lot. "I see you're a giggler," she said, unsurprised. Throwing, flicking, spitting, squeezing out of a basting bulb, shooting out of a red plastic water pistol left in a drawer, that worked best. They kept trying things. They didn't want it to end. The room smelled of sesame oil. Sometimes the drop would ooze across the top of the water with enough momentum to send a little wave across the water ahead of it. And once that wave hit the 2 slits hard enough that the little waves on the other side of the slits were high enough to be seen interfering with each other, and Fred said, "Yes, that's the 2-slit experiment. Now, see, if the oil droplet were then to follow that wave on a certain trajectory, it would go through only 1 slit, but its wave went through both. And on the other side, it would get pushed around by the interference pattern of that first wave, and where it went would then be stochastic, meaning probabilistic, but its location would always fit the equations, just like they really do in quantum behaviors. And you don't need an observer making an observation to make it happen. It will happen without an observer. It's not just a probability. So, pilot wave, she said, with confused. So you're an advocate of that interpretation, and it helps you in your work. Fred sat back on the couch and shook his head. "No, I don't know if it helps or not. The math is the same either way. The quantum fields can't be entered into the equations, and David Bohm was always suggesting that they were contiguous to the entire universe. And judging by analogy to gravitational waves, the pilot waves are likely to be really small. Like how small, she said? Well, like if two black holes, hundreds of times more massive than the sun, collide, they make a gravitational wave. By the time it gets to us, it squeezes the Earth about the width of one proton. So how big of a wave can a photon make in a quantum field the size of the universe? Whoa, she said after pondering this for a while. I'm guessing it's pretty small. Right, Fred said. So I end up working on things that derive from the usual math. What that math is describing in physical terms, it doesn't help me much. He waved at their wave tank. Actually, I'm not sure seeing it this way is ever. I mostly try to leave that part. She sat in the armchair looking at him. He continued to look at the wave tank. She was amused, he guessed, but maybe exasperated too. And you're very good at leaving things blank, she said. Yes? He was pretty sure she would think this was bad. I feel blank pretty often. Or he confessed, maybe baffled, you might say. She was nodding. I bet you find me baffled. Yes. She laughed at him. Do you know about Yiman Wang's yellow face? No. How about Edward Said's Orientalism? No. Of course not. Well, you should be. They talk about how Westerners, when they look at Asians, they see a stranger, a big other, some kind of blank that isn't at all like them, and then they fill that blank with a story they make up. Exotic, inscrutable dragon lady, that's me all right. She laughed again. Fred nodded, stifling a smile. Despite her laughter, he kept his eyes on the wave tank. He was pretty sure she didn't think it was funny. Everyone has to guess about everyone else, he ventured at last. That was definitely true for him. She bunched her lips into a little knot. Maybe so, she conceded. She thought about that and then dripped a drop of oil into her wave tank. The chink and the geek, riding the pilot wave, finding the Tao together, solving crimes and saving the world. Binge view the whole series. I don't like shows like that. And she laughed at him again. Okay. Next section here. Ta Xu, a character of mine from my novel Antarctica, Chinese feng shui expert and poet, who was the gift of the novel Antarctica to me personally. Well, he's come back for this book, thank God, helping me a lot with the idea of doing feng shui on the moon. And since feng shui means wind, water, when you get to the moon, not a whole lot of wind or water, but he's doing his thing up there. And as in my Antarctic novel, every once in a while he talks to the audience back in China on his video program about what he's seen up there. And so this is one of his talks called The 7 Good Reasons. My friends, the China Dream is many things. First, it has a recent history as a phrase, a plan, and an idea put forth by President Xi Jinping as part of his attempt to rally China's efforts to get through the narrow gate at the start of this century, when problems of various kinds blanketed the countryside like the infamous smog that made Beijing black at noon. Zhuangming, the China Dream. It was part of the thinking our way through that time, by setting some kind of practical utopian goal in our minds, a vision or a destination we could then work toward. Some said it was also a distraction, or just another way that the party was exerting its control over us, by taking over even our dreams. A way to reinforce hegemony and convince us to acquiesce to the party's controlocracy, their great eyeball and its supposed panoply. Maybe it was that too. The party has always been about shaping China's thinking and therefore its future. But also, bigger than any given moment or party leader, bigger even than the party, there is the China Dream that has always existed, part of China itself. Our essential being as Chinese, if there is such a thing, which maybe there is. It's an expression of the land, a feng shui phenomenon. The China Dream is as old as China, and on any given Sunday you can see people living it out in the city parks or in the tea shops. It's a way of being in the world. And now it's a way of being out of the world because we took it to the moon. The Chinese Space Agency had the expertise, and the state-owned enterprises had the capacity, and the taikonauts had the courage and the skill, and the state had the economic surplus, much of it in the form of U.S. Treasury bonds. Those aren't looking very strong these days, but still, it was a lot of capital we owned that needed to be invested. Almost $2 trillion in U.S. bonds, in fact, which needed investing to make it productive, almost to make it legal. It's part of the China-U.S. codependency that has been growing since it began in 1972 or in the 1780s with the birth of the young United States, and which has since become so big and important that some people speak of the so-called G2 as being the dominant force of the world, the only power dynamic that really matters. As for the moon, the U.S. had already reached it in 1969 and did not care about it after that and was not prepared to return. The billionaires were going to return to the moon before their state agencies because the American government and people did not care. Whereas in China, if the party chooses to do something, then the whole country can be rallied to that. 1 out of every 6 humans alive, in other words, devoted to the project of establishing a base on the moon. This was far more than was needed to do the job. Not every Chinese person was involved, and only a small percentage of China's capital reserves had to be directed up here, even though it was a pretty big project, but it wasn't that big. And in the end, it was just more infrastructure. So it was possible to propose it at one party Congress and 2 Congresses later report on its very substantial progress. That was just 10 years, which after all was no faster than what the Americans had done in the 60s with their Apollo project. It's just that in our case, it wasn't finished with landing. We landed here and started building and kept on building. And now it's been 25 years. And now we have a very extensive lunar complex, as I showed you a bit during my earlier visit. The development of the South Pole region is really something. There are also lava tubes on the moon that are much bigger than any lava tubes on Earth or Mars, as I have just recently learned, to my own great surprise. An emotion that I might name Feng Shui astonishment. So much to be proud of in our efforts on the moon. And yet, people in China still ask me all the time, why the moon? We still have so many problems here on China and everywhere on Earth. How does going to the moon help with things? Obviously, I'm not the only person who gets asked this question. The party came up with its 5 good reasons, and the others have since added a few more reasons, too instrumental or even cynical or rude to be given official voice. Now that I've been around the moon a little bit, I've made my own list, which I call the 7 good reasons, or maybe the 7 good excuses. And my rough definition of these is as follows. 1, national pride. 2, removal of some of the most polluting industries out of China and off the Earth. 3, an attempt to find new sources for some of the 4 cheaps, in particular cheap power and cheap resources. 4, the creation of a really big transfer station that will give us access to the rest of the solar system. 5, the creation of a work of landscape art, what I call lunatic China. 6, the investment of a capital surplus with no better place to invest it. And 7, the commitment to such a long-term project that if eventually fails, no one alive today will know about it. Kicking the can down the road, as the Americans say, in an expression almost Chinese in its folksy pithiness. So, yes, we came to the moon mainly to displace a rude collection of problems onto a later time when other generations will have to solve them. So it is everywhere. It's a standard move in both capitalist and Chinese. In fact, in that sense, the moon project reminds me of the Yongle Emperor's construction of the imperial capital in Beijing, including the Forbidden City and most of its supporting cities. Recall, please, that the imperial capital had been relocated by the Yongle Emperor's father to Nanking, and for a long time the greatest city in China had been Hangzhou. Both these cities had good access to the coast, while Beijing was too far from the sea and too close to the mountains. It was too cold, too windy, too smoggy, too much of all those unhappy attributes of the capital that we have all come to know too well. In Feng Shui terms, a complete disaster. Might as well have built it in the Gobi Desert or on top of Chomolungma. But the Yongle Emperor had an imperial surplus to deal with. This surplus had been accumulating over so many centuries it is impossible now to calculate how big it was. It began much earlier than you might think because a global economy has existed for far longer than many people realize. Most of the Roman silver coins ever minted ended up in China, for instance, and it just kept on like that, century after century. Our trade surplus with the rest of the world ran uninterrupted for more than 1,000 years. And even by the Yongle Emperor's time, it was clogging the coffers. And capital accumulation without capitalism doesn't have many opportunities for reinvestment. But silver unspent is just a big lump of slag in your basement. Money needs to be spent to become wealth. As often happens in these situations, infrastructure came to the rescue. A Great Wall traversing thousands of kilometers, a Grand Canal traversing hundreds of kilometers, perfect. An entire new capital city, great idea, no matter the bad location. And in fact, it turns out that when you need to spend capital, the worse the location of your new capital, the better, because that makes it more expensive. In that sense, Beijing was just right. And the fact that the Forbidden City got burned to the ground by a lightning strike just as its construction was being completed? Wonderful. Necessity to do it all over again. More money spent, and by the time the Yongle Emperor was done, so much capital had been dispersed that that particular dynastic cycle was brought to an abrupt end when the bankruptcy and crash of the Ming Dynasty led to the rise of the Qing Dynasty, which being from Manchuria was used to living even farther north than Beijing. For the Manchu, Beijing was down south, a very nice location, more or less in the center of things. Beijing, the Grand Canal, the Great Wall, and now the moon. You see the pattern, a pattern which sometimes includes dynastic succession. Note for later, probably best to drop that last line considering all that is going on. We don't want to upset the censors. I want to finish with one short poem. This is not my poem, although it is my translation. Well, to the extent that one can translate out of a language that one doesn't know, but it's in a long tradition starting with, well, Ezra Pound was a distinguished member of the club. A lot of people do this. It's my version, a free adaptation of Wang Wei's poem, Source of the Peach Blossom Stream. Wang Wei wrote the poem in our year 718 when he was 19 years old. And it was his adaptation of a famous short story by Dao Yangming, which was written in 421. So this should only take a second. Wandering, we came on a swift river. Clear water, granite pebble bottom, riffles and rapids and long still pools, willows hanging over the banks, big fish tucked in the shadows, and floating down like little boats, peach blossoms, lots of them. We climbed upstream to find the trees dropping these petals of floating pink. The river narrowed, rose into a defile. We had to clamber, one side, then the other, feet wet at one crossing, hands on rock looking down. Then the gorge opened, and we were in a high valley. Fields of grain, neat houses, and yes, peach trees. They lined the banks, dropping their blossoms on the slow meander of a little river. People came out to greet us. Where are you from? What's the news? They fed us and showed us a bower to sleep in. These people were peaceful, calm, kind. The valley was fertile and full of animals. We stayed until we saw what it was, a good place. To live here would be fulfillment. So we said to each other, let's get our families and bring them back. Let's move here. We left that place and picked a way down the narrow gorge, back into the world. Traveled home and made our accounting, convinced who we could to go back with us. Off we went with packs on our backs, back to that place where the peach blossoms fell. We could not find it. Somehow the hills were not the same. No such river where we thought. Back and forth we made a search, back and forth, but nothing. Different streams, different lands. That place in space was a moment in time. You can never find your way back. Search all your life, you will only despair. Dustless garden, how to tell, where to find.
All right. What's the title of the book?
The title of the book is Red Moon.
Okay.
Who would do that?
I don't know. All right. So, in accordance with our usual procedure, we've had the future, we've had the past. We're going to take a
Go into the front?
No, nobody here talks about the present. We're going to take a 6-minute break and come back and talk to our authors. And they will respond with nonsense. So.
The SF and SF podcast is sponsored by Tachyon Press, the American Bookbinders Museum, and Some FM, listener-supported commercial-free internet radio with over 35 channels of really interesting music to pick from. Check it out at somefm.com.
So I have a couple of comments, but neither one are either intelligent or entertaining. So we'll begin with comments or questions from the audience who are interested in the work of either Stan or Cecilia. Does anybody have a comment or a question? I thought not. Oh, there.
Yeah, is there any potential for crossover between your two works?
Oh yeah, I'm going to put Mongols on the moon, and he's going to.
We had our session here, I don't know how many years ago it was, where I read the Cecilia's science fiction and she read my historical fiction. That was a sweet thing. An SF maybe, I don't know, 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't think we do cross over very well.
It works. It'd be nice to try.
What works?
If you think
I don't know. What do you mean? Like, each of us write the same story or something? I don't know if that works.
No.
That wouldn't work. No. But the thought is beguiling.
I aspire to Ceciliahood, but it's a lofty goal.
Cliff, this better be good.
Yeah, no pressure. You both read sections involving traveling through canal-shaped things of water, right? Like, I find that interesting. So water is obviously what you need for life, whether the Mongols are attacking your city in 1258. Did I get that right?
1258, very
Yes.
good.
Or whether you're colonizing the moon. Either way, and so, but it's also rich in symbology and for obvious reasons. And I was wondering, when you write about water and about moving water and about stagnant water, as you know, in addition to the literal meanings, how do you feel and how do you think about that?
I should point out this guy works for Guillermo del Toro.
Well, water flows, therefore your narrative will flow. So
you don't have to do
water
shit.
sweeps around objects in its way, so the narrative flows through the scenes and sweeps objects in its way. I don't know. I didn't think of it that way. Baghdad in 1258 was one of the largest cities in the world, and it was a garden. They had the canals. There's a drop of 600 feet between the Euphrates and the Tigris. And they had
Really?
threaded canals across that stretch for over 2,000 years.
There was a 500-foot drop there at
600
Baghdad?
foot between the two rivers.
At Baghdad?
Well, by the time you get to Baghdad, it's 600 feet lower than it is up the Euphrates.
Okay. All right.
And so it's the Jazeera. It's the garden. It's the garden. That's Eden, or it was, until the Mongols came, and they destroyed it. And what we see now is the result of that. They broke the canals, they destroyed the entire infrastructure of the area, and it's never recovered.
Well,
That has nothing to do with your question, but I wanted to say it.
No, it's cool.
Didn't the U.S. destroying it also
Well, of course we did. Yes, what did we ever do?
No, but I mean, wasn't that also a part of this process?
What process?
Before the U.S. destruction of Baghdad, had it regained any of its importance?
It has never come back.
Okay.
Another thing that the Mongols did was shift the end of the Silk Road from Baghdad, or the Silk Road from Baghdad, down south, down onto the Straits of Hormuz. And then only a couple of years later, you got Vasco da Gama going around, and that blows it out of the tub. From now on, the trade route's going to go around the Cape of Good, what's the name of that? Cape of Good Hope, right? And not up through the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea. And then they proceed to go back into, steadily decline and to the condition which they are in today.
And Venice lost its importance.
Well, yeah, as soon as the Mediterranean lost a lot of its importance, the Eastern Mediterranean, because all of a sudden it's control of, the ocean routes. And, that's England. Or the Dutch, for a while.
as for water on the moon, we have seen that the poles of the moon, the craters that are in eternal darkness because the moon, weirdly, is not tilted at the same angle as the Earth. It's more or less upright to the plane of the ecliptic. And I don't understand that, why that should be, but it's true. So the North Pole and the South Pole are permanently in shadow, have craters in shadow. They also have their peaks of eternal light that are always in the sun. So
The solar ecliptic or the Earth moon?
the solar ecliptic but the Earth moon ecliptic isn't much off of that. But what I'm saying is that the Earth is tilted 23 degrees off. That's why we have our seasons, blah, blah, blah. And the poles have lots of sun or they have lots of darkness. On the moon, it isn't that way. So those craters have got a lot of comet ice, and I think maybe most people know this, so I'll stop now and go to the next question. Anyway, we need that water. We got that water on the moon. All is well.
Please.
This is the tie-in between the two. And you were talking about the Silk Road ending in Baghdad, and that sort of ended it. But now China is trying to rebuild the Belt and Road. Will it go through Baghdad?
Right, oh yes. No, China would love to rise again. I mean, and they sort of are. And we're certainly standing aside and letting them do it. So, yeah. If we survive Trump.
Well, what does that mean? Because I've read stuff about that too, rebuilding the Silk Road. But it seems archaic to me because it was an overland route. I mean, what's the logic of that?
Right, places like Kazakhstan, and, all the stands in the middle there. You put a road through there and they're going to blossom. And Kazakhstan, you got to remember, Kazakhstan's one of the largest uranium producers in the world. Plus, it itself is a garden. That's where apples came from. And all the places to the west of there are deserts now, but could bloom if they stop killing the Aral Sea and all that. But if they run a road through there, they could recover the old Silk Road. And the Silk Road for 3,000-4,000 years was where things happened.
I do think it mainly means money.
I bet that didn't help, did it?
It's a road of money. And it extends down into East Africa and anywhere else where there's now maybe Latin America, wherever China can make investments and help people out by offering cheap money to get infrastructure built. It could be a really big one Belt, One Road, like worldwide.
Well, one of the things I found most interesting about your upcoming moon China book was, I think all your work has been sort of utopian, sort of happy ending, not dystopian. But I think you had a vision that I respected, which was that China's vision of the future was not entirely dark, but it was a way in which that was a way of progress that we could go in.
Yeah, I have a lot of admiration and affection for Chinese culture and for China and for its political system. So that said, I think they're facing a lot of internal problems. There's a couple of things I learned in research about China that I hadn't known before that boggled my mind. The Hutao system, in which wherever you live, wherever you were born, that's where it's legal for you to live. You can't move. And so when you do, you become what we would call here an illegal immigrant, but within your own country. So the migrant population, which could be as much as 300 or 400 million people, like the entire population of the United States. So about 85% of construction in China is on the informal economy by internal illegal migrants that aren't living where they're supposed to be living. So this is a problem that they need to solve, and the party is writing a bunch of really systemic, big, huge problems and trying to control them all at once. I think it's really interesting to think about. And then to think about a party state and to think about how screwed up our democracy is right now. It isn't so easy to just say, oh, well, democracy is a better system than a party state like China's, when the China is being run by engineers that have spent 20 to 30 years governing various levels and places of China, learning how government runs, learning how the infrastructure works. And you compare something like President Xi to Donald Trump, and you begin to wonder, there are problems with our sense of our democracy as the best way. So, but I have a very, it's the perfect situation for a novel. Because if you have irreconcilable ideas and impressions and points of ignorance, and if you are severely confused, you're better off trying a novel than anything else. Because you can just throw it all out there. So that's what I did.
Yeah. But what struck me was, I remember one point you said that China was a one-party state, but so was the U.S. It's got two factions both presenting basically the same democratic capitalist way of looking at things. And China was also a one-party state, but had like 8 or 9 factions. And of course, that's part of the plot of the novel. They're all fighting each other. But there was a huge difference between the two. And what I got out of it, what I loved was that even though, like in the U.S., it's founded on certain principles, like all people are created equal and stuff. Even though it's not honored, it's there. And the Chinese, even in their capitalist space, now have principles, socialist principles, that even if they're not always honored, they're embedded in them. That's how I saw the optimism.
Yeah, I tried to make a grand reconciliation in the plot, as I so often do, with that attempt to make a utopian turn, and it was particularly recalcitrant and difficult this time around. And I had to kind of throw up my hands and say, if everybody tries to do better, this is very much like in the way that the Chinese Communist Party sends out their directives. Make it vague enough that people can work underneath it. So if everybody tries to do better, we might get to a better place. So this is my solution to the problem as expressed in the book. And, it's a little bit obvious, right? But the situation is so complicated right now, and it very much is the G2. The USA-China relationship is fundamental now to the global culture and the global world order. And usually when one hegemonic power gives way to the following one, that can result in wars, and it can be a hostile takeover, or it could be the way Britain, as the world hegemonic power, gave over to the USA. Can be a much more kind of a gentle or peaceful transfer of power to the next great.
Well, World War II wasn't all that gentle.
But right, exactly. No,
we didn't rest.
You guys are assuming something which I think Carter and I were talking about. You're assuming that things are going to go on pretty much the same as they are, that the paradigms are going to be the same, but they're not. Their paradigms are changing. The nation state is gone. The fact is that we're the hegemon now. China's a hegemon. Neither one of us is really a nation state. We're conglomerate states. Or we're conglomerates of something. But we're not. The national state is toast. And now something else is arising. Things are evolving. Things are changing. You don't know what's going to happen. But it isn't going to be just a repeat of the past.
No, I agree with that. I mean, the U.S. is at war, but not with the nation, It's
right.
at war with the ideology.
Right.
The what?
7, probably more like 40. Yeah. If you count things like Niger and
well, there's
Yemen.
The nation-state system still. What you're talking about is maybe globalization, or the way that finance capital, the way the market or capitalism in this phase has managed to whip nation-state governments so that finance controls government rather than government controlling finance. But I think this is still the battle of our time. I don't think it's over. The populist revolts against globalization include Brexit, include Trump. And the nation-states still have the armies, so that the nation-states could gather together, and if they wanted to, especially the the China-USA thing, say finance capitalism has gone too far, we don't like all this loose money, they could cut finance capital off. So that's not the ruler of the world when you can cut them off with a one decision. So I would say the nation state is residual and it's in trouble and it's been kind of eaten by the natural logic of capitalist, late capitalist financialization of everything, but that the laws are still set in legislatures where you could cut back on that or reconfigure it if you wanted to. So essentially we're in a battle that's not over.
I think calling it a battle is, well,
power. People fight for power. It's kind of a battle.
Yeah, but it's also, there's something seeding, there's something going on, some very strong, when you get old you can't think anymore. Everything is pushing together, like the populist revolt against globalization. IS is part of that, isn't it? IS is a populist thing, and it's a revolt against globalization. There's something going on which is bigger than we're seeing.
Yeah. Well, it's a hyperobject in that what I'm saying by that is that the planet itself is one of the actors involved and a very important actor, the biosphere, and so climate change is one of the powerful actors in this process, and this is what Tim Morton tries to suggest when he talks about hyperobjects or the Anthropocene or an actor network. We're in an actor network where everything's an actor, including bacteria and water flowing, fresh water in particular. So any attempt to model it or simplify it down to a sentence or a formulation or one conflict when you've got this trans-temporal, it's really perfect for science fiction readers to understand, because we can do the cognitive mapping of the futurity involved, the non-human involved. There are all kinds of elements in the current world situation that the science fiction readers are better equipped to grapple with emotionally and intellectually than your ordinary citizen that hasn't thought about the future. It's one of the few useful things that science fiction does.
The question is mostly firsthand because I haven't read your work yet, but that's the first thing I'm doing when I get home. What's that?
You have read her work?
It's #1 on
What
the
a
list.
shock!
We'll give you a list.
Thank you. Would you? Oh my God. I need the methadone list. So I keep on noticing all of these things that you've been writing about for decades coming true, and every time I'm like, God, it's actually happening. What do you think when you see that? I'm thinking right now of South Africa and watching them, Cape Town just dry up and they don't know what to do. And this is sort of the opposite of your most recent book and everything flooding. But how must that be for you to watch it all happening? And what do we do now, please?
She's asking you what to do.
Oh my God. Well, God. In terms of science fiction, I would say that it's completely a matter of potluck, and that all you have to do is write for 30 years, and 2 or 3 things are going to come true. The thing I'm proudest of is I predicted the downfall of the royal family of Nepal, but that was a complete accident. Well, what we should do is we should try to make the United States Democratic Party as far leftist and progressive as possible, join the Democratic Socialists of America, the DSA, do all the things that you need to do in a practical sense to talk to your neighbors, to shift the moment that we're in every practical way, with also the long-term goal, the horizon of anarchism or communism, whatever your personal idealistic perfect political system is that you think of yourself, as some long-term horizon to orient so you don't get caught up in the daily work as being the only thing that needs to be done. So you have the present. It's just like science fiction again. Maybe I'm meant to be a science fiction writer, but you have near future science fiction writer, and then you have far future space opera, and you have the in-between future history. Keep all of them on the table, think of them all, and then just, it helps you to figure out, what do I do today? At least I hope.
No, definitely. But then
The Dow. J follows J follows J follows J. We'll either win or lose in November, and then we have to think again.
Oh. Then what? That's the best question. I have, like, when I start out with my students, one of the things I say is that there's only one real question in the whole world, which is, what the fuck? They love it.
Yeah, yeah.
I was just gonna say that that really spoke to me because I'm a documentary filmmaker and I've been kind of fighting mass criminalization and
You're
for
fighting
the past mass criminalization, the incarceration of America.
Okay.
Mass criminalization. Yeah. I know it's a new word, right? We usually say mass incarceration, but I'm changing it to mass criminalization of communities and poor and black and brown folks. But it's good for those of us on the ground to like remember that there's a long game because it gets really hard in the moment. And for me, this is science fiction and history actually are both a respite and reminders that there are all these cycles that are happening and that we need to remember. So when you said, yes, looking to the future is important, I also feel like looking to the past. So it was really, I felt it was pretty wonderful to have both readings tonight.
Yeah.
And especially hearing all of the connections. And the other connection I thought of was with the trade routes, thinking about the moon as our next Silk Road, as it were, right?
Think about the what is the next Silk Road?
The moon as
the moon.
Thinking about trade routes, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, that was just the only thing I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Well, it's Tashia's reason number 4 or 5 that the moon is effectively worthless and uninteresting. Okay. In fact, I have some helium-3 miners wandering around claiming to hunt for helium-3, and it quickly becomes apparent that that's not really what they're up to because having devastated 3,000 square kilometers of the moon, they've come up with a bottle of helium-3 that will be that big and fuel one power plant for a week or something. In other words, the moon has nothing for us, but it could be this transfer station. If the solar system, which also might have nothing for us, but if you keep on thinking, well, if we just go one step further, we might find something interesting out here, then the moon only has that as value. And some people that I've talked to in the moon community have said, well, if we build space elevators off of Earth, as I've written about before, and you can easily get stuff from Earth into space, then the moon will no longer be useful and it'll become like Australia, they said. Be off in a corner and uninteresting for world history. But I would say that I'm glad you're doing mass criminalization, and that I want to mention that Terry and Cecilia here, between them, and Terry ran Jackman Books to get books into prisons to prisoners for a better part of 10 or 20 years, and Cecilia is now teaching in the prisons to many of them who are in for life. So they're really doing the hard work of trying to help out people in there, and God bless them for that.
That's all true, but that's small stuff. But you do what you can. Please, the guy in the big, beautiful beard.
Thank you, Terry. Stan, I have to ask, are you thinking about doing Green Moon next?
Well, no. Well, this is going to be on a podcast for the public, so that's too bad, because if it was just us, I would tell you the private story of... But let's just leave it at this. I've been writing for a long time, and so at this point, I've become a cliche of myself. And so I have a lot of color titles. I have Red Mars, Green Mars, Blue Mars, and then when I put together Science in the Capital, I will call it. But the publisher said, you can't call it Science in the Capital. They always refused me that title. It was too nerdy. I'm thinking, I'm out of control of my titles. My titles belong to my publishers because it's a marketing device. So there might be writers more powerful than me or more ornery than me that have managed to title their own books, but I'm not one of them. So many of my books have not had my favorite title on them through the years. I don't want to go into the details. And I will say Red Mars, Green Mars, Blue Mars, those are my titles. So if someone says, we got to call it Green Earth because it'll remind people of Green Mars, I think, fine. And basically what I say now is, fine, do what you want. So, Red Moon, great title.
Well, one thing on that I like to say is I've known Stan for what, 35 years?
We hit 30 this year.
Yeah. Well, when we met, I was a newbie, but a journeyman SF writer. Stan was too. He had more of a history. He had written many novels, but you know, we weren't in that different positions. And Stan has since come on, as I said, to become a very important force in science fiction and in science and stuff like that. But it also means, like you said, you become a caricature of yourself.
Yes,
it's no longer really in your control. This is what every writer desires and yet fears.
Look,
so when it happens,
the New Yorker called him the best political writer of the country. The New Yorker. This is the magazine that published the article that said science fiction would never be important. Remember that?
Well, I know.
You are the revenge of David Hartman.
Well, anyway, it is a contradiction. And I think I've always enjoyed Stan's success, but I can hear what he's saying. Yeah, it's no longer really yours. Other people have taken you and you're their pony.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that's right.
And so, but just in publishing terms, that's it's just something that happens, and it's an interesting thing to look at. We're looking at bigger things tonight.
Well, no, it's worth saying I'm a team player, and I like my team. My team is science fiction, but also, in particular, my publishers. There's an editor, there's a publisher, there are publicists, there are artists, there are sales force. It's a team sport. So I'm perfectly happy to be branded and used as part of the, like the first baseman, or better, the center fielder. I'm the center fielder on my team, and I love it, but I love it as part of being, I love being part of a team.
Yeah.
So, and of course the other members on the team like that better than some prima donna Barry Bonds type, guy who thinks that it's all about him. I don't like those kind of people myself.
But as Dan says, one of the benefits of being a science fiction writer is you get to piss and moan about how nobody takes you seriously, even when they do. We got there's no Ursula was very good at it, and it was total bullshit for her. She was taken very seriously. But it's a privilege that you get as a science fiction writer that you never quite give up. So, and she enjoyed it.
Well, it's the mark of Cain, but it also makes you an outsider artist. So here we are in America, and all of the big writers, all of the big literary fiction stars, they're out of MFA programs. They are basically domestic beasts. And you open up a page of their work, and you pick up 2 or 3 of them, and you open their pages, and if you read only 2 or 3 sentences, you wouldn't be able to tell them apart, because they're MFA standard style, really good, sometimes fantastically good, but you can't tell one from the next. And also, they're domesticated. They all teach in universities, whatever. And in America, you can't be domesticated as an artist. You need to be a red Indian. You need to be a wild person, a crazy person from the outside. So then you have, like Cecilia up there in Humboldt County, this crazy hippie gal that writes these historical novels. And
feral writer.
Not a feral writer. And that's better. So that's actually, right. When you get tagged by science fiction, there'll be people in New York, oh, you poor guy, you don't have much of a reputation in the New York Times, which I don't, which Cecilia doesn't, which science fiction doesn't generally. Ursula didn't. She was really mad about that. But you also get to be the outsider artist, which ultimately is a more powerful position for an artist to be in. It's like gold. So it's another reason that I love the science fiction community, because it's like a ghetto culture. It's a despised subculture, and it's like, yes, we get to kick ass and be feral writers. It's the best of both worlds.
It is. That's why Stan and me are sort of like Hunter Thompson. We're drunk all the time.
Oh God, no, please!
We spend a lot of time in Vegas.
Sober Hunter Thompson.
LSD. It was
All right.
Balticon, 1988. It's literally 30 years. I met in the same lunch. I met Terry Bissett and Paul Park at a Balticon hotel lunch. It was a great moment.
It was a nice moment. Yeah. And we were both united by the fact that we read all that old British shit in the late 19th and early 20th centuries about John Hunt and you know, the what's his name at the South Pole?
Amundsen, Cherry Garrard, Scott.
Yeah, all that. Yeah, we were victorious.
We like climbing literature. Yeah, and Paul did too.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to take 4 more questions.
This is directed at Cecilia. Recently I read, my partner I read Rover Folding Laundry aloud, The Death of Attila.
What about it?
And I was struck by your reading here tonight in the scenes of the sack of Baghdad, how kind of in tone and stylistically it resembled the climactic battle at the end of that book. There was kind of vivid detail and a kind of emotional distance, a kind of a dissociation to it. And I was just wondering if you had anything to say about that.
Well, I'm me. I haven't stopped being me, but it's a similar situation, you know, kind of. You've got the Huns were being destroyed, and Baghdad is being destroyed. I don't know. I'm not really clear on what he's asking. What is he asking?
Well, he's mentioning the fact that you've written many novels about the encounter between the Mongols and the Europeans.
Oh, well. And
you've kind of gone back to that. That's how I've interpreted it.
Well, yeah. Well, that's what I like. I like the ragged edge, and you don't get much more of a ragged edge than when you have two cultures in a complete clash. And in the case of Death of Attila, which is amazing that you bring that book up, you have, this one situation in which both these sides are doomed. Both the Huns and the Goths are doomed.
Yeah.
Neither one of them is going to survive. And the dark is closing over them. The whole point of the end of that book is, night has come and it's over. Rome has fallen, everything is gone, the place is a mess. Right. This one here is more, except, this isn't the whole book. I'm nowhere near anywhere even halfway into this book. And I don't know where it's totally going, but a lot of it will be about the same thing, that, two cultures can clash, and in the clash they annihilate each other. They, watch out for your enemy because you will become more like him. But also that in struggling to survive, you give up the best of yourself. And the thing about the Mongols is they were genuinely globalists. They thought they were going to conquer the world and bring it to God. And that was, what their whole mission was. Genghis had told them, you're supposed to rule the world, and we will bring them all under you, and everything will be just hunky-dory. Everything will be wonderful once we have conquered everything. And the thing about Rome is that was their guiding principle, but it was dead by this time. It's dead by the time that Attila dies, which is what, 453? No, it isn't that late, but it's something like that. 453, so another, maybe it is. But when the paradigms die, you're left with very little. And there's nothing, but from that beginning, from that collapse, something else can grow. And out of the collapse of the Dark Ages, which was, profound, you got the wonderful culture of the Middle Ages with its new way of looking at the world, its new way of dealing with people, its fundamental idea about, the value of individual people. Everything They're the birth of us, right? And to some extent, the Mongols are sort of the same way. They're going to annihilate everything in this path in order to bring about a better world. This never worked. But it's a guiding principle of most of history, is that I'm going to come in and fix things. I'm Andrew Jackson. I'm going to come in and fix things. Right? I'm who else? Like Oliver Cromwell. I'm going to come in and fix things. I won't even mention the other guy.
But I remember the thing in Adelaide, even the Romans who knew that it was finished, but the individuals, what else are they going to do?
They had nothing else. They couldn't build anything new because they were still, totally invested in the thing that had failed. And until you totally wipe that out, sometimes there's no way to get something new. It isn't, evolution looks sort of like you do one thing, and then you do another thing, and then you do another thing, and it's kind of this smooth, grand, like Handel or somebody, right? The general progression toward the glorious moment. But that isn't what it is. It's, you have a population like dinosaurs, which are doing just gangbusters, and then boom, they're gone.
It's murder.
And then you get some furry little rat comes out of a corner and turns into the whole world, It's destruction that you have to destroy the old way to get the new way. But you can't, hold on with both hands. You can't cling to the old way until you have the new way in hand. You have to leap into the dark. You remember the great story about Shackleton? When Shackleton leaves his people on Elephant Island and goes toward New Georgia Island in 60-foot waves in an open boat, and he gets there. They get on the wrong side of the island. They climb to the top of the bridge, and they look down. There's nothing. So they go to the next place, and they look down. There's nothing. There's 3 guys. And they keep thinking there's 4 guys. They go to the third one. There's nothing. There's
I got a 20 on Street Party.
What do? They tie themselves together and they leap into the dark. And that's what it is. It's a leap into the dark. And in order to do that, you've got to give up. And I'm going to stop there because there's idiocy.
I wanted to call my novel that got called Antarctica. I wanted to call it Shackleton's.
Well, there.
Would have been a better title.
Hey, there he is. Go through.
Shackleton owns Antarctica. He is Antarctica.
Got a 06 trying to outrun police unit.
And he
never
set foot
on
on
your screens now, please.
Oh, he did? Oh, yes. He went in 1902 with Scott, and they fought. And they went halfway across the Ross Ice Shelf on their way to the South Pole. Realized they had badly miscalculated the difficulties, and Shackleton almost died coming back. And then the 2 guys hated each other. But no, Shackleton set foot. Well, wait a second. Ross Ice Shelf. No, he never set foot on the continent. Yeah, that's right. He spent a hell of a lot of time down there.
What's the story that if you want guidance, you go to Perry. If you want, big words, you go to Scotland. If you want to survive, you go to Shackleton.
In your book, 2312, the setting of the rolling city on Mercury.
I got a visual.
I was just really fascinated by that. Pretty compelling setting for the tale. Can you tell us anything about where that idea came from, or developing that, or what you were thinking about?
Very little. I had the idea when I was really young. They had thought that Mercury was tidally fixed to the sun, and then they realized that it was rolling at such a slow rate that in 40 latitudes you could walk as fast as sun. So, and I realized, it's in a story of mine called Mercurial, it was maybe from 1976 or so. I stuck it into Blue Mars, and then it's in 2312 Big Time. There's a sweet illustration of it now on the Facebook page that my publishers run. That someone did of that city Terminator, that you're on tracks, so your city is like a train, and the heat of the day expands the tracks, and the sleeves of the city riding on the tracks simply shove the city into the darkness. You can get a lot of solar power, but without getting torched by the mercurial day. And, it's a crazy idea, but it's mine. When you go to books on terraforming, all those great textbooks on terraforming, swimming. When they get to Mercury, they got nothing. They say, well, we've got nothing, but there's this Kingstown Robinson in Golden City that you could do. So maybe it's my contribution. I had a lot more ideas when I was in
Didn't we all?
Yes.
But there was somebody, there was a story I remember from the Golden Age back in the 50s.
Yes.
Somebody wrote a story about a guy on the moon who was trying to outrun some, and he kept going faster and faster because, he would be killed if he got so, and I don't know if it's accurate or not, but I remember there was a story got the same thing. He had to stay ahead of the sun.
It'd be interesting to calculate that, but of course you can fudge because of the latitude lines. You'll vastly change how fast you have to run.
I don't remember who wrote the story, so, but that it's the same idea. It had been used at one point. And in the 50s, in that early science fiction, it wasn't very sophisticated, but we used sort of the bigger idea, what vacuum, what some of that stuff was. So it probably wasn't accurate, but it was so memorable. Although I don't know the
There's one Bright Side Crossing by, I think, James White, about trying to get across the bright side of Mercury without dying. Pretty great 50s short story.
Isn't there a Lee Brackett story where people are living on
All right, 3 questions, then we're going home.
As long as I'm here, I thought I would take the opportunity to ask. And while we're talking about LSD, for 20 odd years I've been emergent evolution, or maybe the type of the carnivore or something like that, where if you're
I have never been to Burning Man in Nevada. I'm told I should go, and everybody always says, no matter what year they tell me this, that it was better 10 years before. You've missed it, but you should go anyway.
It's like New York City.
I'm told that the replacement for Burning Man these days is that they build an island in the Delta out of rafts. Ephemeral. Yeah. Where you could quickly have a miniature Burning Man in the Delta, and that sounds a little more attractive to me. I would like to go to Burning Man big time, but it's never fit my schedule.
This Delta thing, this is real? I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
So it would be like in Rio Vista? Or?
Exactly. Somewhere in the Delta,
Wow.
But it's on the water, and they throw together. Yeah. Pirate Utopia, yeah.
I love the Delta.
Gotta have water to douse the fire, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, I'd love to go. Gary Snyder is a big fan of Burning Man and was advising me to go and gave me
Does he go?
I'm not sure, but he gave me a book by one of his friends who went, and it was about the experience of Burning Man, and that was a really good book, I thought.
Burning Man is Woodstock. It's an attempt to revive Woodstock.
Yeah.
Well, Woodstock was a one-off.
Oh, yeah.
They respect it. Yeah, what?
Well, but burning things. Burning things, I like that.
You did kind of miss that part, though.
It's toasted.
Digital wire.
I'm done. That's not going to be all right. I wanted fire.
All right. Yes, please.
Stan, you mentioned that the piece you're working on is sort of a chase novel in which characters spend many pages at a stretch sitting in one place, engaging in physics experiments. Are there any sort of guiding lights of this genre that you can recommend to interested parties in the audience? Chase novels where people travel as little as possible and remain static for the vast majority of the text.
Well, I was thinking it was my innovation and my way of subverting the standard convention of the genre, but I will say A Coffin for Demetrios by Eric Ambler is a great early chase novel. And it's basically a lot of sitting around in bars talking over what happened 20 years before. And yet thoroughly entertaining, excellent novel. He's sort of like an earlier Le Carré or Len Dayton, except he's from the 30s, Air Gambler.
I'm a big Gambler
Good
fan
stuff.
myself.
He was better than I thought he would.
I would suggest another one, well, not a particular book, but I remember one John Clute said that all of my books were like, a third of it was kind of interesting, and then everybody gets in the car and they take off. And I can't argue with that. So,
yeah.
So they're all really, really good if you like chase novels.
Yeah.
Which are easy to write.
Well,
Somebody once said that all my books start out with two guys on a horse.
Two guys on one horse?
Well, I started Jerusalem that way deliberately because my editor kept saying, "Stop starting with two guys on horses, will you?" So I put them on one horse. That was Bob Gottlieb, the great editor, best editor I've ever had.
He was.
Fabulous editor.
Where I most put Cecilia's work into my own, her character, Pisin, or however you pronounce it, P-S-I-N, from Until the Sun Falls, is in Years of Rice and Salt, and that novel begins with two guys on a horse, including Cecilia's Pisin, who disappears from the novel early. But it was it was my way of saying hi.
Stan has always been generous.
Right. Right, I guess if everybody else's minds are empty, this has been a very interesting evening. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
I would have to say I support science fiction and tolerate all our readers here, but these two are very important to me, not only personally, but in terms of the literature. So this is our big event. From now on, it's all downhill. See you.
Next year in the museum.
Next year in Jerusalem.
You can subscribe to the SF&SF podcast in iTunes. Just search for SF in SF. We're also on SoundCloud at soundcloud.com/SFINSF podcast, all one word, or on somefm.com and click on the podcast link. The SF&SF podcast was produced by Marin McDonnell, recorded and engineered by Rusty Hodge. Thanks for listening. Soma FM presents the SF in SF podcast for July 2016. Recorded live at the American Bookbinders Museum, SF in SF is science fiction in San Francisco, a monthly series of author readings from the science fiction, fantasy, horror, and genre literary fields, hosted by Terry Bisson. And now, the coordinator of SF in SF, Rena Weissman.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Rena Weissman. I'm the coordinator for SF and SF. I'd like to thank you all for coming out tonight on this absolutely gorgeous Sunday evening in San Francisco. I can't see any fog out the window, so that's a plus right there. First of all, welcome to the American Bookbinders Museum. As is our wont, we want to give a little shout out to, I think, basically the newest of San Francisco's museum, who's been here now just for a little over a year or so. And just to give you a quick little kind of, little sense of what this place is about, first off, I want to introduce you to Madeline Robbins, a fabulous author in her own right, and the operations manager for the American Bookbinder Museum.
Welcome. This is, as Rena mentioned, the American Bookbinders Museum. We were started about 8 years ago by a bookbinder named Tim James, who had a bindery in the Mission for about 25 years. And he had started collecting equipment and ephemera over the years, and it became something that I think really got to be larger than he was. And so this is his attempt and our attempt to share it with the world. We celebrate both the early cottage industry of bookbinding and what it became during the Industrial Revolution. Our goal, we're not quite there yet, is to have every one of those machines that you walked by working. About half of them are. I get to run them. This is such a cool job. So we invite you to come in. We're open Tuesday through Saturday. We give tours 3 times a day, or if you come in during a non-tour time, we might just give you a tour anyway because we're that enthusiastic about it. And the tours are at 10, 1, and 3. Please come and visit. Oh, also, I will be up front selling books and stuff during the break if somebody wants books or stuff.
They have some really, really cool t-shirts too, so check those out. So right now I'm just going to give you guys a quick little bit of housekeeping and let you know some of the stuff that SF and SF, Science Fiction in San Francisco, has coming up over the next few months. We have kind of a 2-track program, both authors and film events. For our film events, we have coming up very shortly that I want to let you guys all know about is that we have a group discount for next Thursday at the Balboa Theater, who is our film partner, for the new Star Trek movie, Star Trek Beyond. Hopefully it's beyond our wildest expectations as it's to its excellence, so we can hope. But I think it'll be fun. They have a great concession stand with chocolates and all sorts of goodies. Their hot dogs even are very good. So we're doing that this coming Thursday, the 21st. If you're interested in tickets, you must email me first at sfndsfevents@gmail.com. Tickets are $9 and we get reserved seating, so you don't have to wait in line for your tickets or for anything. You can just go in and enjoy the movie. Plus, we do a cool little raffle for some Star Trek related stuff that is kind of fun because I kind of search out this wacky stuff for all our giveaways. So you might end up with cookie cutters or a large cardboard cutout of Spock. You never know. Second movie that we're doing that I really, really want to encourage people to go to and attend. It's going to be very cool. And this is taking place Sunday, July 31st, and it is the closing night of the San Francisco Jewish Film Festival. And what they are closing with is a documentary made by Adam Nimoy, Leonard Nimoy's son, called For the Love of Spock. And it is I've just heard great things about this film. Adam Nimoy himself will be there, so there'll be a Q&A with him afterwards. And I believe that if you have anything to get signed or whatever, he'll be doing that in the lobby afterwards. Plus, it's taking place at the Castro Theater, which is a fantastic, fantastic movie palace here in San Francisco, if you haven't been yet. They are on Facebook under the San Francisco Jewish Film Festival, or you can go to the Castro site to buy tickets. Tickets are $25, and you get the Q&A with that. And it's just going to be a great evening experience. And again, that's Sunday, July 31st. So those are our movie stuff coming up. For authors, Sunday, August 14th, got the date right, yay! We have kind of a trifecta, a really wonderful group of authors. Cecil Castellucci, Ben Laurie, and David D. Levine. So that's coming up on the 14th of August. Then in September is kind of like our big blockbuster event where we will have the very well-known author Robert Silverberg in conversation with, I guess, kind of his biographer, Alvaro Zenos Amar. And we'll also have the publisher of the book, I believe it's called Conversations, in attendance that night. And that's just going to be kind of basically a one-on-one with Robert Silverberg, where he talks a little bit. Terry will ask him some questions that I'm sure he'll pretend to have never heard before. And it'll be a good chance for the audience to interact with him with a Q&A and some book signing as well. Then in October, which I believe is the 16th, I will double check on that and get back to you, but we have a very, very great local writer named Helene Wecker, who did a fabulous book a year or so ago called The Golem and the Jinni, and a new debut novelist named E. Ann Convery, who will be here with her YA debut novel. And she is so much fun. We're really looking forward to that one. And as a plus, you can ask her any Star Wars related question and she'll know the answer to it. So that's just some of the things we have coming up. You can find out about all of these and get clued into some other stuff going on in the Bay Area by subscribing to our newsletter. I have a sign-up sheet at the front, or you can go to our website at sfnsf.org. Without further ado, and because you all have been mighty patient with me, I'm going to turn you over to our moderator, Terry Bisson.
Cool. Thank you. Well, let's get right to it. We all know what happens here. We have two very interesting authors, both of whom are going to read, and then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to have a give and take and discussion with the authors. I lived in New York for 30 years, and anybody that's lived in New York that knows about Brooklyn and the Bronx or Harlem, and they want to know what happened to the Dutch. Where'd they go? Well, they're back. And our first reader tonight he describes some as a debut novelist, although he's actually a bit of an old pro in terms of the Dutch fantasy market. He had a bestseller there which has been picked up by Tor here and by a number of other publishers around the country, and I think there's some media interest in terms of, we'll talk about all that later. Thomas Oldehuvud is going to honor us by visiting and reading from his new book, Hex, I suppose.
Well, thank you.
Have at it.
Thank you. You did that really well, actually, my name. You're one of the first Americans to get it right.
Thank you.
I've been here for about 4 weeks now, book tour in the United States. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm the one with the funny accent, of course. Please forgive me for that. But I have a really hard last name. It's actually Oldehuvud. No one gets that. It's Old Dutch dialect. It means old hill. And when the book was sold to America, we actually thought about, getting a pseudonym like Thomas Oldhill or something likewise. But there's already a horror writer named Hill here, right? And I'm the younger guy actually, so we figured let's just stick with the difficult one. I'm going to read you a little bit from my book, Hex. Are there any people here who've already read it? Good, I'll give you a little introduction. Wonderful. This book, it's a scary book. It came out a couple of years ago in the Netherlands, and I like to scare people. I got many messages from people who read this book, from readers, and they were emailing me like, you bastard, I had to sleep with the lights on, and that's what you get a kick of if you write that kind of stuff, right? This book, it sets in upstate New York. It's about this small town called Black Spring, and Black Spring is haunted by the Black Rock Witch. She's a woman who was, she's actually she came with the ships from the Netherlands over to the new land. She was convicted of witchcraft. She was supposed to have the evil eye, and that's why when they killed her, they stitched up her eyes and they stitched up her mouth to prevent, her curses from spreading again. Except she never left town. She always stayed in town, and today she still walks the streets. She comes into people's houses, she stands next to their beds for nights on end, so she's this pretty freaky apparition. But then not altogether, because, people are kind of used to her. And this usually is very Dutch, you have to understand this. Holland is a very, very down-to-earth, secular country. We don't have a lot of superstitions. If a 17th century disfigured woman would appear in your bedroom, you'd probably run and scream, right? Like every sane person would do. If a 17th century disfigured old woman would appear in a Dutch person's bedroom, they'd probably close the curtains, hang a towel over her face, and read a book. That's the way we deal with that kind of stuff. We're kind of used to, stuff getting a little out of hand and just dealing with that. Except this woman is not altogether harmless. She keeps these people in prison. People cannot leave. If they do, their thoughts become darker and darker, and it starts working on them until they actually commit suicide. And the one rule is, of course, do never ever open your eyes, because then bad stuff will happen. But because they're kind of used to it, they have this whole control center in town, the Hex control center that monitors her with CCTV cameras, and there's this really cool Hex app where people actually have to report sightings to the control center, and so they're all used to that. And they have this wicker burning festival in town where they sacrifice stuff to the witch and all that, and just had that. And for ages it's been going well, and nothing's been really going out of hand. But now, slowly, things have been going out of hand. And I'm going to give you one spoiler, one small spoiler. I mean, no matter how many people you kill off in a book, readers are fine with that. Readers are fine with anyone you kill. But kill one animal, and you get you get the things going. And there's one animal which doesn't end up well in the book, and it happens quite early in the book. So I guess I can spoil that for you. And it's a dog. And this dog has been missing for a while, and now he's found. And this is when the guy who owns the control center, the Hex control center, comes to show the footage to the family who owns the dog. The family, the dad is Steve, and the oldest son is Tyler. And this is where I'm going to step in. It's a little after 4 when Robert Grimm returns, bearing bad news like the prophet of doom from an ancient Greek tragedy. Except this bad news comes in the form of a video fragment. The only fragment we've been able to find from all of Mount Misery security cams, Grimm says. But it tells it all. I thought you guys ought to see it. They gather around the coffee table with the MacBook in front of them, and Grimm clicks play. First, it's hard to make out what we're seeing. We seem to be looking at a hazy photo negative. Then Steve realizes that these are actually infrared images. There's moisture on the lens, which blurs the image somewhat. Yet in the dark anthracite tints, he can still distinguish trees and something that's clearly a trail. At the bottom of the image are the numbers. 2012, 11:02, 8:57 p.m. Yesterday, Steve says to himself. What the footage shows next is so frightening that his whole body turns ice cold. Everyone is startled, but Tyler most of all. He recoils, biting the palm of his hand, and tears fill his eyes. 2 figures appear, pale white and luminous in night vision. The witch, striding like the Phantom and a masked ball, with Fletcher at his side. The dog sniffs here and there, even waggling his tail a little. Steve realizes why this seemingly innocent image is so appalling. None of them have ever seen Catherine acting determined before. Until this image, showing the 2 walking together into the night, side by side, to meet Fletcher's death. This, you guys, is extremely alarming. You understand that, right? Grimm says. I've consulted with the council, and we're trying to keep this under wraps to avoid public unrest, but we're baffled. This is something completely new. Did anything at all happen to Fletcher that could have provoked this? If so, I need to know, guys. Jocelyn and Steve slowly shake their heads. He's usually scared shitless of her, Jocelyn says, deeply shocked. Look at her. Look at how he just walks along with her. It's all your fault, Matt suddenly explodes. You didn't give her anything. As Steve looks at him in bewilderment, he adds, at the wicker burning, you didn't want to offer anything to her, and now she's taking Fletcher. That's completely unrelated, Steve says. How can you even think something like that? Well, what do you know? Matt is crying, and he pulls away. Steve sees Grimm's distressed expression on his face. Anything happen with Fletcher that you know of? Tyler shakes his head randomly. You didn't run across her while you were taking them out? No. Steve gives him a probing look and he says, anything bad happens, please tell us, okay? This is about our safety. He's right, Jim chimes in. Don't worry, if you guys have been messing around with people with a video was made, I won't tell the council. Of course you never wanted this to happen. I just have to know about it. Something very serious is going on. You understand that, right? Well, there are tears in Tyler's eyes, and his lips are trembling even more. And maybe, just maybe, they push things so far that he can't say something. But then there's a loud crash. There will be a very long time before anyone thinks back to this moment again. The moment before that would cause all the others to be forgotten. Steve has just enough time to turn his head towards where the noise came from. The sound of heavy wood violently slamming into the ground. And he sees through the French tiny wooden doors, through the window to the backyard, something that his brain cannot fully comprehend. He sees a horse stampeding toward him. He sees straining muscles. He sees foam on black flanks. He sees rolling eyes. He sees flaming hooves. Like exploding crystal, the window is pulverized, and through the curtain of glass shards, Paladin comes sleeping into the dining room. The horse skids across the dining room table, which crashes to the floor as his legs give way. Paladin's legs also collapse, and the horse rolls over on his flank, mad with fear. His hooves trample splinters from the interior French doors. The Grant family and Robert Grimm dive for cover as if bombs are falling. No one screams. The violence with which the bolting horse has appeared seems to have sucked all the oxygen from the room. Then the animal rears up, graceful, surreal, decapitating the dining room lamp, and Jocelyn and Matt dart forward in a spontaneous effort to rein the stallion in. But Paladin isn't the only one who's broken out of the stables. At that very moment, and in a blind panic, Nuala gallops through the backyard gate, around the house, and heads in a westerly direction down the Hollow Road. It's sheer luck that there is no traffic. Lucky for the traffic, and lucky for Nuala. Several streets stand first the one near the parking lot of the area where Philosopher's Creek ends. Then the one on the corner of Patton Street. Inside the house, Jocelyn and Matt are finally able to calm down the confused Terry. The animal snorts and knocks over chairs, but Jocelyn's stern voice is getting through. Steve helps Robert Grimm to his feet, and he's convinced that if his heart were to go any faster, his ribcage would burst apart. All around them, people come out of their houses. The Vandermeers feed Mary and Lawrence. They hurry over, and so do the Wilsons across the street, and many others. The hex scans show how they're drawn to the Grand home like a magnet, then to the area behind it. In the control center, York, Priscilla, and Claire Hammer look at the screen with open eyes. They watch as Steve, Tyler, and Grimm emerge too, to see what it was that split the horses so bad. Claire quickly switches over to a new camera and feels herself becoming sick. The image shows a small group of people crowded together on the sandy bed of Philosopher's Creek. It's swirling in dark, oozy water, unmistakable swirls of blood. And it only gets worse from there. Thank you.
This guy, our next reader, looked him up. The only thing I could find out about is that he's the only science fiction writer that's ever had an action figure made of him. Other than that, he's a total mystery to me. He's, in truth, he's actually, our careers kind of go in and out in many ways, although lately he's hit a gold mine with a very successful series called Sandman Slim, which I'm quite pleased for him and pleased for the readers. He also is written for comics. He's also written journalism, sort of edgy tech journalism for Wired magazine. He's a photographer. He's done a number of sort of peripheral to science fiction things, all in the area of surrealism and noir. And he's one of the literary jewels in the crown of San Francisco. He's been here quite a while. He has an accomplished body of work. And let's hear from Richard Cadby.
I'm going to read from the Perdition score, which is the 8th Sandman Slim book, which means it's literally nothing but spoilers. And lucky you, I'm going to read a section I've never read before because I hated everything else I was reading. And I'm full of scotch, so this should go well. The one thing I'm going to tell you before we get started to sort of set this scene up is James Stark is the protagonist of my book. He is Sandman Slim, a Nephilim who escaped from hell. After spending 11 years in hell, escaped back to Earth. A lot of stuff's happened in the last year. This is about a year after he got back to Earth. Earlier in the book, an angel appeared to him and gave him a box. And in the box was a small vial with something called black milk that the angel explained was a poison that affected angels. And Stark doesn't know anything more about it than that. And he has been asked by his boss, Thomas Abbott, to follow a particular rich guy because he might be connected to some nefarious business in LA. And this is Stark following a guy named Charles Anpu. The Musso and Frank Grill is legendary, even by Hollywood standards. It opened in 1919 and has hosted more movie stars, literary types, producers, directors, and starry-eyed wannabes than all the movie studios that have ever existed. Back in the day, Charlie Chaplin and Rudolph Valentino raced horses down Hollywood Boulevard to the Grill to see who would have to pay for lunch. Rita Hayworth, Bogey, and Bacall all drank there. Orson Welles wrote there in his favorite booth. Dashiell Hammett, William Faulkner, and Raymond Chandler might have scribbled something, but mostly came to get wrecked. Musso and Frank's has always been big with starstruck Sub Rosa, too. For the classier family and the Hicks with money, it's their bamboo house of dolls, but without the good jukebox. Parking on Hollywood Boulevard is ridiculous almost any night, but it's deadly on the weekends. I dump the Catalina in a white zone across the street and pray LAPD is too busy chasing jaywalkers to tow it. Musso's has a parking lot around the back, which is great if you're eating there, but not so great if you want to look for a particular car. If this is any other place in town, I might be able to blend in with the crowd and wander into the back, but being called an ex-con twice in a couple of days is a reminder that I do not look like most people and would stand out like a pink unicorn if I tried to get back there. Of course, I could always try to use a distraction, use some hoodoo to blow something up, but it doesn't seem like that kind of assignment. I light a malediction and wander to the front of the restaurant a couple of times, hoping I'll get lucky and catch Charlie waiting for a table, but I don't usually get lucky. Sure enough, I don't see anything but tourists. With nothing better to do, I go across the street and wait between an army surplus store and a tattoo parlor, hoping to catch Charlie going into the restaurant or maybe heading home. I check the time.